Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're I'm not here. Now I'm here. Hey. Hope you're doing good and welcome. I think I messed up the thing still. Give me a second. Yeah, I totally messed up. Oop. There we go. You're welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi Jameson. Hi Forgetful. Hi Brian. Hi Shy Vanita. And hi Roxas. Food? Well, I don't know what you're biting, so... Food, yeah. Was just wondering when I'll hear from you. Yeah, I just kinda got back from the hospital. Thanks for the pen. Well, it's not because of me, but my sister haven't got discharged yet. But my other sister needs to go to a piano teacher exam to like look at the children that she taught. Yeah, something like that. So both of us went home a little bit earlier than usual. I don't think she's discharged. I don't think she's discharged yet, but the doctor did say that she's going to get discharged very soon. So, maybe this afternoon? Question mark? Probably. I mean, it's already 1 p.m., so maybe soon enough. We can hear things plugging and plugging out. Yeah, I didn't mute that one. Still, hope you're having a wonderful Sunday and or Saturday. Time zone. Crazy. I sadly didn't sleep as much because I... Oh! Hell yeah! Because suddenly struggling from heartburn, weirdly enough. I don't get it, but it's only during I sleep for some reason. I'm fine now though, I promise. I have like medication at the ready. I did eat them. I did have my medication once I'm struggling from heartburn when I was sleeping last night. But the medicine somehow didn't really help as much. It helps, but not as much. It still hurts, so that's why I didn't sleep as much. So you might hear some drunk kobo noises, I guess. Some drunk kobo noises ensues, I guess. I don't know. It feels weird. I feel like I'm floating. Wait. Oh my god. Hi Evie. I want to play more Project Silverfish. I want to open up Project Silverfish. I need to do this real quick. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, the art looks so good. I didn't even notice. This thing. Oh, that looks so good though. If I can make you company on being drunk. Oh no, I don't drink alcohol at all. I have heard German beer very strong and large, safe since December. I mean, don't drink it because of me. It will be not as worth it since I don't drink alcohol at all. I'm usually just sleep drunk. And I'm pretty sure the tiniest bit of alcohol is going to get me drunk already. I have almost zero tolerance on alcohol, so yeah, I get drunk very easily. Not the best look, but it is what it is. I'm gonna close this thing. I'm opening a little bit lesser thing this time. So maybe I can try having the hand tracking now. I can try. Yesterday when I was having hand tracking, it was like super duper laggy. So I don't know. I can give it a try. Used to drink a lot of alcohol like daily. Oh wow. Hi Kobo. Hi Calx. Oh my god, Tekken. Oh my god, Nexus. Hi Tekken. The double Tekken. Oh my god. About to head to sleep. I want to stop by and say hello. Thank you, Nexus. And I also hope you get a good EP afterwards. The best EP. Oh my god. After a while... Wait. Uh-oh. Oh my god, mini pet. I simply stopped and now even though the tiny little bit gets me drunk, I never got... Like I never got what I used to drink. Oh. I didn't know alcohol tolerance can deteriorate, but I guess I learn new things every day. Ita Bobo. Oh my god, it's the dragon mama. Hello, dragon mama. This game was making my GPU so hot that I undervolted it and it's fine now. Undervolted? I don't know what that means. God fucking Jesus shit, I got this game and it's so fucking scary. It's not just me, this is a horror game. I know, this is a horror game. I got scared shitless so many times when I played this yesterday. Hi Nick, Combo friend, oh my god, also hi Nuclear. Man saw a video that he play a dead MMO for 30 days, accidentally revived it, bring tears to your eyes. That is actually kind of beautiful. I'm playing it right now and I've died like 4 times. I hate that nighttime is a thing. Yeah, nighttime is like really dark. You can't see shit. So it's kind of scary. I usually go to sleep when I can during nighttime, but it could be also easier to do something subterfuge or like too sneaky during the night. But yeah, I died so many times in the demo and now I feel like I'm feeling kind of okay at the game now. Playing on Mercy though, so there are things to performance in computer speed and voltage. You can get certain speed with more or less voltage. The more voltage, the more hot. Oh. They fire up around 10 players, now we fire to 900 players? How the fuck you sleep? You go to bed. There's the bed. I can show you in the observatory. But you can keep certain speed and reduce the voltage to a point where it works, but it doesn't get so hot. Oh, so like give the game just enough power, but doesn't go overboard. Oh wait, that's such an advanced technique. Oh my god. I started as a freelancer. I started as a custom character. Yeah, I'm playing on Mercy. I'm on day 8. I'm at the doctor's thing. The lab. Oh yeah, didn't I get a new gun? Yeah, I got a new gun. And I got a new cool helmet. Look at that. I look so cool. Oh my god. In the case of NVIDIA cards, undervolting is flattening the curve, stops the card swinging up and down clocks trying to find the right balance. My card's really bad. Oh, you don't know where bad? Not here though, but I guess I can try and show you. I forgot where I want to go. We can go to Black Lake. There's 2 quests at Black Lake. Or there's a sniper in... Yeah, there's a sniper in Floodplains, which is where I am right now, so we can try and see. It's like con cars or motorcycles, more gas plus more air equals more boom. But the same way you can tweak to get less gas and move and more air to have boom without using too much gas. Boom. Kobo styling? Heck yeah. Though in cars it's very, very difficult to get to the point. Probably. I have 0 knowledge on those kind of things. Fuck this, I'm restarting. I think it's fine. You can play on Mercy. It helps. Also, I'm not playing on VSync, so you can see some screen tearing. I'm seeing it right now. It's very obvious. Boop. Hi, Breck. Oh my god, second. Boop. Oh, Brecky's doing good. Hi. Welcome. I am feeling super duper eepy. The capture is not that obvious, at least I'm not noticing. I'm kinda sleepy. Same. Would the sniper be up there? If the sniper is up there, I'm probably gonna get seen already. Screen tearing is often removed over stream. We probably won't see it. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, then we could. That is amazing to hear. Probably gonna look at somewhere high up. Give food. There was a sniper. Hiya, what you want? Hello. There was somewhere over there that I got shot at. Run for it. Calyx, can you be used as a TTS bot? Oh, and Calyx is a TTS bot? That would be so cute. Run! Somewhere. Nearby here, I think. I saw someone have a simp in the corner on their screen as a TTS bot. Like HECC? Nobody can tell if nobody can breathe. Reminds me of the heavy stealth meme. I need more food. Definitely gonna cook more now. It was excellent. Heck yeah. Excellent has Corshim, right? Corshim is the synth. Okay, hunger looks fine. I'm probably gonna infiltrate here for a bit. I haven't seen the sniper yet, so this is a little bit concerning. But it should be around here. I was right. They were upstairs though. Sounds like a dog. W. Okay, they're having a scramble right now. Counter sniper. It is here. Okay. Let's be sneaky. They're running outside. No, it's something else. Wait, did the sniper die to this thing? Yeah. No. Thanks for not killing me. My sniper died to that thing. Well, unfortunate for you, you did. I got a sniper too. Taking that ammo because it's mine, eh? The game is unsettling to say that was a scaly man. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Scaly man. Oh, skunk. I think we can go back to the doctor's lab. Or maybe I can start to find this EP place here. I know there's like a secret place here you can EP. I need to find it. Shouldn't be too hard. It's here. Go down the ladder. We have an EP place here. But it's still kind of early though. Oh my god, Quiverin. That's a lot of them. These are... oh, okay. That's a lot of these things. Was waiting for it. I feel more calm today. Quivering one hug. Which start would you recommend? Honestly, I have no idea. I just start at... I start with no traits and no perks. And that seemed to kind of work. Since this is sort of kind of my first playthrough as well, I couldn't give much of a solid advice. Also, I'm just kind of constantly crouching because I'm so scared. The heck is that? I go to sleep, but we'll keep the lurk. Oh, thank you, Shy Vanita. Hugs for everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Have the good EP. There was someone else. Yeah, I need to sleep 2 times. And 10 hours is a maximum EP time. So once it's morning... oh my god. Well, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. 12 hours of sleep. Sweet EP. Already someone nearby. Any faction recommendations? I'm playing as... I think I'm freelancer, question mark? Like, at the start, I'm okay with revolution and freelancers. And insurrection is shit. Military is shit. Someone's nearby. They might hear me. Okay, so it's those things. If those things are roaming around like that, I should be fine. Let's get to Dr. Mosby's lab. If I remember how to get there. That doesn't look good. This is fine. Pirate head? Was AFK a bit? Welcome back. Oh. I miss having a lockpick. Ooh. Was that bullet? I think that was a bullet. I want to listen to this. In Gino's maze? When I play the game, I get lost in a phase. Then I find out I'm stuck in Gino's maze. Give me frog coins, give me ice bombs, give me fried bombs, give me mushrooms, give me... Oh, I didn't get to hear the full music. Gino, very nice. Okay, it says there. Hey. Hi, Evie. I'm running. Help, 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 help. I'm so good.
Yark!
Powerful but unwieldy heavy machine pistol? 4-round burst? Oh, there's even a tech light there. This costs 650? Oh my god. Medium plate armor. 2500? Oh nah, it's too expensive. Oh. And cut down rifle? Ether flux detector. My hunger is kinda bad. Intermediate. Variant Type 18 with hollow sight and laser. This one feels really strong. 5.56. This is also 5.56. 950-21. 950-24. But this one is full auto with a laser. What? Oh, dare not do it? Report to Mama Roach at the Borough to claim a reward. Oh, Mama... Where the heck is Mama Roach? Stone maze to measure. Ether ground saturation reading from stone maze. Into a data tape? Oh, I need a data tape for this. The north zone is not an easy place to access. You will need to find a suitable route through the military perimeter. The best one may not be obvious. You should also ensure you're prepared and well equipped for the dangers you will face there. Oh my god. I should probably go to Black Lake. Loner named Sprat. In the slums. Hey. Also cried. Burrow itself is nice though. Hi, Rogue. He was last seen snooping on RG East, the abandoned labs next to Dogmo Place. What? So do they only roam around during nighttime? Because I don't see them at all. I need 2500. I guess I don't need the PPP John anymore. I kinda want that medium plate armor. Oh my god. Don't cough like that, jeez. I'm gonna give this gun to... Yeah, I'm gonna give this gun to that person. Maybe I can... I'm also gonna give this one. I don't think I use sniper at all. SMG. Oh, man. This one is for the bullpup. I mean, if I gave them the sniper, I don't need this one anymore. Can't you give your current armor too? A sniper is really reliable, but if you want to drop someone in one go, and the scope is obviously really nice. It's to each their own on personal weapon preferences. Yeah, sniper is just not my thing. I feel like that's why I'm very okay with just giving it away. How much for my own armor? 250? That's pretty okay. I'm Nikki for now, but... Oh, it still needs so much. Kobo always sneaky? That is true. Alright, I can give you some of my dragon bullet. I can give you most of my pistol bullets since I'm not really using that as much. Oh my god. Hard to please. Oh my god. Hmm. I'll buy a few more things. I can buy medkits, I guess? Yeah, medkit costs a lot, and I'm pretty sure I can just buy them and use it as like a trade. Oh my god. I need at least one. Can be charged to illuminate the large area. Notice when it's initially lit, but they will not be able to pinpoint your exact location. Oh, wait, that might be cool. Aimless pistol cartridge. I'm not using this one. I mean, I can trade it now, so... Thanks. Boom. Yeah, that doesn't look as good though. Only 2 medkit left. Looks best when naked. It's true. I know, right? Oh my god. A dragon head pet. Oh my god. I should drink. Medium play is also relatively common in trades. I'll say it's high value for the simple reason that it's really good at keeping you alive. Okay, now I guess we can try and go to Black Lake. Wait, slums? The borough? Trade with revolutionaries? Oh, how do I get there? Or wait, wasn't there someone that's roaming around the RG East? Oh. Did I just hear a footstep to my left? Oh my god, I got lockpick. maybe they come out at night. Yeah, maybe they come out at night. Unless they're here. Oh, almost out of food. Um, I, I cannot really swim, right? Yeah, I don't think I want to swim, even though I might be able to, but... Hi, Cole. Oh my god, Kobo Florian. Hope Cole is doing good. Hey. Welcome. What? Don't like how squishy that sounds. Oh my god, that good milk. I'm gonna assume that that hit only appears during nighttime. Oh. Drotion? Oh my god. And then the ad happened. Welcome, Raiders. Oh my god. What were you doing? Were you drawing? Haha. How was the drawing? Hopefully drawing went well. I haven't drawn in such a long time. Feeling very lazy. And then feeling that I want to play Project Silverfish as well. But yeah, hope stream went well. Hope art was good. Hey. Also welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragon stupids. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Oh yeah, you were drawing dragons? Well, now I'm gonna go look. Because dragons? Oh my god. Right, give me a second. I am checking. Oh my god, this is that. Oh, there's some. Oh, I see worms. I see a lot of cute worms. Hmm. I mean, they are kind of a. They could be considered as. They could be considered as dragons, right? The stream for today is not up yet. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Boom. I want to. I'm looking forward to Takon. Yeah, I'm glad stream went well. Have to make custom thumbnails for that. Oh wow! I don't think I've made custom thumbnails for anything before.
You know, if you were to follow a busy doctor as he makes his daily round of calls.
So once I kill one of them, they all just know where I am. I guess they kind of do, no? I always do them, makes it looks nice. I have huge respect for people who draw custom thumbnails for their videos. Because I don't do it myself. I'm too lazy. I can I can always be like that. What that? Expedition light. Oh, it's an armor. Okay. I forgot what I want to do. Oh yeah, I want to go get some EB in the game and then wait for that person to get out to come out and then kill. I can assume they know where I am now, right? Open the door, stupid. Ah! Oi! I want that, thank you. Don't do it! Don't do it! Ooh. Ooh, money. I should kill more of them. Hello? Money. I think down there is my EP place. I mean, these things are easy, like really easy to deal with, so I'm not too afraid of them. Yes. Oh my god. Sure is a lot of them. Bed? Sturdy lightweight wooden bed for sport. Robots are weak? Yeah, very weak. They drop money too, I didn't... 我老喂妈咕溜，你要吓死是吗？操啊妈！你呀妈一个账号你笑什么惨啊？扒过去，妈的你真是！我老喂，你笑得像什么鬼一样啊？多难哦！妈的！哎呀，scared the fuck out of me. Right, I'm trying to sleep until nighttime. Don't know what that laughing was for. Like, jeez. Food. They are not too heavy, but maybe you shouldn't bring too much on. Let's hunt them for a bit. Since some of them drop money, and I like money, money is good.
Take a dry egg at room temperature. Touch the egg with any other bandage. Brand X, brand Y. Back up, Gaylord.
Yo, brother!
And so easy. You change blades and bring blades so. Once again,
I didn't know they throw bricks. Don't throw bricks. Don't throw bricks. I'm dodging. Do you have money? Don't throw bricks.
and so easy. Like this.
Like this. I'm here. What do you want? Look at this amazing world. I think that should be all of them. Time. It's almost 17. I guess I can sleep until nighttime when I cannot see anything. And I'm pretty sure that's when the target comes out. Right? Even if I'm wrong, I'm gonna give it a try anyway. Do you ever like? I do. But I'm also kind of afraid to use the light since I get spotted way easier when I use the light. Oh, I'm so hungry. I should have gone back to the observatory first, but I didn't do it. So it's all good. Let's start from 8. Oh, nighttime is gonna be so bad. I cannot see anything. Do I just hear like maniac laughter again? Yeah, I think I hear them. Alright, time to go to Arch. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Those guys are fine, I think. Come here, stupid. Come here. I'm right here. I'm right here. Can they not see me because it's so dark? Maybe not. Okay, better stay quiet here since we're closing in on RG East. I can check from here actually. Nope. This one, right? RG East? Yeah, snooping around RG East. Should check where the gunshot's from. I mean, if the gunshot comes from there, that should be the bad egg, no? Yeah, the gunshot comes from the right, yeah. What is that? Interaction? I want to kill them. I wanna kill the bat lizard. Let's slowly make my way towards them. Not moving? Are they dead? Did they get killed by this thing? That's gonna be so embarrassing though. Oh, and dogs. This is... Oh, that's Revolution? Oh no. That's also Revolution. Drak V. Mounted Tech Light. Ooh, wait, is that a good gun? 940, 950. Shortened variant of the Drak V. I mean, Drak V sounds kinda like a dragon. I want it. Because dragon. They use the same ammo, right? 5.56, 5.56, yeah.
Hello, Mary. What's the matter? We're going to eat
Oh!
Look at this. Back. Watch it again.
Oh god, diggity damn, what happened? Well, the spirit is running, I guess. Nice looking scope on that gun. Long barrel. Long barrel, very heavy compensator. And oh, is this like really good? I feel like this is really fucking good. Whoop, sorry, dragon. Whoa. I feel impeachable? Oh, if I stop running, thank you. They died so hard, they need to keep running. So, I don't see that bad egg thing. This is 2 kilogram. Mm. Hey, G. Two kilogram. I'm already over encumbered. I should go back to observatory. Now you flew? Mm-hmm. I mean, Jade bring me to fly. Of course I'm gonna fly. I'm off the self-care. Wish you a lovely stream. Oh, thank you. I forgot to mention. Do self-care. It's very important. Thanks for the raid. Bye-bye. Yeah, I forgot to mention. Self-care very important. Must rest. The stream. I forgot where my EP place is. I think it. Oh yeah, it should be somewhere around here. The bird fucking scared me. Oh my god. The bird outside just suddenly screams for no reason. What the? I survived. Definitely seeing content 223 of DMR with 0 miles of velocity. What game had Duke Nukem? Oh. I wish they were so jumpy. Yeah, I'm super duper jumpy when it comes to like games like this. It's so fun though. No, I should just stay in one place and see if they poke out their head, right? Shit, yeah, I should have done that. Oh.
You know, this was me 5 years ago, and it's fun. Like I guess I'm a wastewater watching some wastewater.
You should become paranoid. You are the paranoid speedrunning of soon-to-be shop in the crate. No idea where the body target is? Yeah, I should observe more then. That's an anomaly, no? Uh-oh. It's gone. Unless they're coming up here, then I'm dead. I don't know if they would do damage to me. Can I shoot that thing? I mean, it doesn't inherently hurt, but it is annoying that it's there. Does it hurt? I mean, I guess only one way to find out, no? Let's see, bullet. I'm using 5.56 for this one. I have quite a bit of a 5.56 though, it should be fine. I don't think I want to mess with that. I mean, they mentioned nearby, so they could be here as well. My health is not regenerating anymore. I mean, it kind of still does, it's just very slow. Hey. I can spoil it lightly or heavily, but normally what if I say it will be a spoiler? Probably if you want to spoiler, otherwise I'll sit on the side for this. For now, no spoilers. Yeah, for now. Unless I feel like I'm dumb, then I'll ask for I'll ask for some tips for that. Huh? Was that water splashing? I mean, this shit looks kinda sus. There's also this. Wonder what's gonna happen if I shoot this. I mean, see if I can draw them out, I guess? Any reaction anywhere? No? It's almost 3. I should just like roam around this area and see if I can find a kid. I mean, it's 8,000 money, so they should be like very super duper strong, I feel like. Can I poke you but not get a spoiler? Ooh, I want to poke the dragon as well. What if I make myself seen? Are they gonna shoot me then? I mean, that could be a way to... a way to sort of lure them out, I guess? I'm doing it. Hello, there's someone here. If they're nearby the entrance... Oh wait, no, not Egghead. No wait, it is Egghead. Last seen snooping around RG East abandoned labs next to Doc Mall's place. Hmm. 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 Could they be inside the RG East though? I feel like if I have enough food, I could go in, but since now I don't have enough. Wait, I could have enough. Don't they sell MREs? Oh, hell yeah. Alright, here's the plan. We're gonna buy a few MREs over there. And then I'm going to make myself not hungry. And then I'm gonna explore a little bit of RG East. It's going to be super duper fucking scary, but I think it's okay. Hi. Tech headset. So, is this like post-apocalyptic? I think so. I've only been able to lurk for this game. Maybe. I mean, it sure feels like it. I guess I can just sell this one. Oh wait, it's the same gun, but this one is long barrel. Aha! Well, I can just sell this one. Meal. Human society is dead, you play as the inheritors, the lizard people that live in the ruins. Inspired by the Stalker series of games. So yeah, post-apocalypse. Play with lizards because why not? Lizards are hot. I like them. Meal. Looks good to me. Still too heavy? Is this gun... I mean, it's 4.
lizard, lizard, lizard.
Lizard. Meal. When you can open inventory while eating, you can still talk to shops and eat from the trade menu. Meaning you can scarf down food at a faster rate than you could by talking to than scarfing down another meal. More food? I mean, I like this dragon gun. It's not exactly dragon, but it has the other AK in them. Could be Drakon. Fine. I'm doing it. Fuck. Bleh. Okay, now 5 a.m. should be enough time. Ooh, I run so fast. Hi, Merp. Heckin' yip. If you like it, keep it. I mean, I would love to keep it as like I want to store them. That kind of like actual benefit of using eat food fast glitch is non-existent. I mean, I can just eat it normally. It's totally fine. It's almost morning. Last night I tried frying a pizza roll and my life was changed. Oh no. For the better or for the worst? Maybe if I added a track with a nice scope later. Ooh, that would be nice. Alright, going to the scary place. Also, her map is to be rotastic. Bad Egg might be in there. I am so scared, but holy. What? Oh my god. Holy shit, that's scary. I have 3 guns. What is you? Alright, I'm using flashlight, I'm not ducking anymore. Breathe. It's okay, I can breathe. Oh, okay. We get bullied. Bullied looks fine. Oh. No. Bad Egg is not here. 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 I think Bad Egg is not here. Yup. That's not right. I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm so dead, I'm so dead, I'm so dead. What the fuck? Nah. This is a fucking horror game. Oh, I'm gonna go fuck around and find out, but I'm gonna die 10 times over. I mean, okay, look. Let me try going in here again. I think... Is this only from the inside? Is the alarm gonna sound again? What? So the alarm doesn't... I have a gun, I have a gun. I'm walking towards the noise. Are you scared? What kind of question is that? Of course I am. I don't play horror game. I'm so fucking scared. No. Isn't that ruins? Sure sounds like it's from there. I'm pretty sure that the sound is going to change once the thing, I don't know what the fuck it is, sees me. Oh, brother. I don't want to be here. Oh my god. What is this? Oh my god. I don't see anything. What?
Malzino.
I'm good, I'm good. It's just a text to speech. Is that two? Dog. Is that two of them? No way there's going to be two of the legendary Pokemon, right? There's not going to be two legendary Pokemons out there. Yeah, it's definitely over there. I want to sleep so bad, but if I sleep now, I would not be able to. I want to know what this is, but I don't want to know what this is. It's gone. Fuck. No, it's not gone. The fog is gone though. Oh. Okay. 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 Bitch is making those noises to scare me. They're not even scary. But how do they even turn into dust like that? Okay, I can kill those things. That's good. Hey. Wow, that was scary as balls. But now that I know I can kill those things, fear factor goes down. Good morning. Hi. Hi, Kobo Gold. I'm sorry, I was a little bit occupied. Thanks for rain. What were you playing? Hope stream was good. Okay, okay, I'm not too scared now at least. I'm gonna kill that thing. They scare me so hard. That's not normal, isn't it? But I see new things again. I don't think that's normal. Cultist? fire kind of bad, no? What? Okay, I want to kill that thing, but I'm already out of this bullet. I don't want to kill that thing, but I want to see. So they rush in. Damn. So they rush in and explode on your face. That's how they attack. So that does mean I have to run a lot. Huh? Oh my god, Tessie. Dragon, mama, they are not dragon, no. Maybe I shouldn't mess with that. I should go back to observatory and try to No, actually I don't need to. Fire sexuals, so you shake my head. SMH my head. It's okay, I'm a dragon sexual. I guess now we can try and go to Black Lake. Funny how I'm met with more weird enemies now. But not insurrectionists anymore. Listen, I may be dragon, but them fire elemental can get it. I just want dragons to destroy me. That would be nice. Just a normal kobold behavior on a normal Sunday. I'm sure. What? What? Oh! I'm rich! Is this the schizo thing? Looks different. Don't try anything funny. I'm gonna shoot the fuck out of you. Are they gonna suck me in? Are they like black holes of some sort? Feels like they're gonna suck me in. I think it's best to just avoid stuff that I don't know what it is. I mean, to me, they kind of sound like a black hole. Yeah, don't mess with that. That's super rare. Oh, wait. Is it just a shroom? That's a lucky fucking spawn? Oh. Love the balloon? They're super rare. Oh. Also, I didn't do the... Oh, someone did the raid thing. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Roxas. Oh, they were playing Deadlock. How was Deadlock? I hope stream was fun. I hope stream was fine, Cobalt Gold. Also, welcome in from the raiders. A little bit late here, but still. I'm Tira. I'm a Cobalt. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Love Balloon, one of the most treasured artifacts in the entire Silverfish community. Literally 5 free kilograms to carry more loot around with. Oh. You're really hot. And Braggy's pretty hot. So... -5. Yo! A mushroom negative weight. Yeah! I know to sell this. I know to sell that. 3,000 money though. Oh, 3,000 money though. I feel like -5 kg is worth more than 3,000, but more loot? Num num num. You're right, I'm convinced. I'm keeping it. Maybe 10k, I'll sell that. Yeah. I want more money. Alright, so this is a place where I got schizo. I hope there's no more of that. Alright, we could... I think next we can try to go to Black Lake. Heavy coat. Tech rig. Ballistic vest hidden under a thick jacket. With a wearable computer and tool pouch, the wrist screen provides a heads-up display. What? A custom 55 battle rifle? 1,000 for this. Oh, that was too much. Modern high caliber SMG. 0.45 cal. Is something here that gets zapped? Ooh, 1,000 running speed? That sounds kind of fun. Reflect sight and laser. Wait, this one is... I mean, shotgun wins always, I guess. This shotgun's way too good. Alright, I stole my poisonous mushroom. I'm taking this with me always. I have food. I mean, I'm keeping the food here. Some heals here. Bandage, still no medical paste. I'm now using 30, so boom. I need the dragon in me, so I'm keeping this one. I have this one. Oh, I don't have the 5.56 bullet anymore. The game can become super silly, like jumping high enough to reach the top of the skyscraper and not taking fall damage. I kinda like that. You have dragon in your cupboard to put in you. Man, I sure hope so. Man, imagine the kobold owning a bad dragon. I mean, it's almost impossible to own one in Malaysia. I don't think it's possible. Many. The lockpicks, I mean the heals are here. I'm keeping... I'm gonna store the bandage and also the... Wait, maybe not bandage. I'm storing the Gauss pack. Because bandage is like way easier to get. And Gauss pack is harder to get. I have my shinies here, very nice. Some poisonous mushroom, I like it. Canned beans, can I cook? I might be able to cook the canned beans. Question. Does running takes more hunger away, or is it just normal? I'm gonna listen to my mama for a bit. I'm gonna mute for a second. Oh, I'm gonna mute for a little bit. Okay, good. My sister is getting discharged now. Very nice. Alright, so Black Lake, how do we go? Crossroads on top. And then, how'd I get there? Do I have to go from depot to slums? Oh, the stone maze is there. Black Lake. Yes, there is these spicy images. Oh, Brecky, can I have that? I want that too. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh, Mama Roche is here. Maybe I can try. Oh wait, wasn't there someone in slums as well? This one. Yeah. Loner name is Sprat. Cut down shotgun he runs with, so close range is really bad. You know what is something I know Calx likes? And now I'm even more curious. I guess we can go to like Crossroads to Depot and then to Slums and see what's over there. Bullet wise, I think I'm gonna need more shotgun bullets. Nice. I said to you too, but you've been warned. I understand the risk. So we have some food. Maybe I should have brought some MREs, honestly. This one's only 18. You know what? I'm going back to get my MRE. Not all of them, but I'm gonna take some. Like maybe 3 of them, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot I can't use this gun anymore. What? Sketchy flyer soliciting freelancers take on odd jobs and contracts. I mean, I have been kind of doing that. Is it almost nighttime? Oh, it is. Oh, I'm stupid. No. No. No loot for me? Is that Crobber? To pry open weak locks? Oh wow, okay. Not the most effective improvised weapon. Definitely wouldn't be pleasant to be hit with. Pretty silly. Now I'm curious, I just kind of want to take a look at it. You stop being distracted? I'm on my phone, so it's not gonna... Oh. I feel neutral towards that. It's a little bit, it's a little bit silly. Yeah, 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 yeah. But yeah, it is like neutral. Thank you, Becky. Okay, depot is west, right? Yeah. Actually, are they like cultists? No, they're just hostile. Okay. Hello. It's so nice to see lizard friends again. Rogue. What? I'm gonna assume that's ambience. Okay. Yeah, but that one must have been ambience. This should be depot. Yeah, okay. Nighttime is a little spicy, but it's fine. Huh? Is this something I can use this with? Tap C to power open weak blocks. I guess this is a strong lock. Hi, Kelsey. Drink? I'm gonna drink. Mm. When that thing is running around like that, it should be fine. No immediate threat is like to be seen around this part. So from depot we have to go continue going west then. Okay. Nice. I was about to say I didn't hear any gunshots, and it's like, should be fine to open up the flashlight. Now to use the crowbar. Oh yeah, I have a crowbar. It says tab C, right? So let me give it a try. Aha! Okay. Thanks for the tip. It's nearby. Were they killing that? They might be. Oh, yeah, they're killing this thing. I got so damn lucky,
I
actually.
don't understand.
I could have died 10 times over. With this guy standing there, I didn't even see them. They're cute, I know, look at them. Boop the schnoop.
Hell.
I don't
Man.
think it's here. What?
What?
Thought so.
Shortened variant. Oh, dragon. With a light. I should try to use some flare, no?
Well, here goes nothing.
Aren't you both freelancer? Why are you pointing guns at each other? Can I interact with you? There we go. Type 18 CQC. CQC? Stunner rounds. Oh, going out like this in the nighttime is such a bad idea. too strong to pry open. Milk bites? Not a gun nut, but Metal Gear has taught me that CQC stands for Close Quarters Combat? Oh. And then lay down and probably pass out while Kobo gets spooked? Oh. Have a good EP, Dragon Mama. I found milk but not dragon milk. Arrival of the Fae? Noisy car. Oh. Slit? Yo. Alienated from our bone bodies, our minds start to slip off. Yo. But the face seem able to bear what we cannot. Broken earth long after we are gone. I mean, isn't Fae like a mythical being? I think this place should be fine. Film pack? No immediate use, it might be worth selling. Huh. 120 is not bad. Scrap electronic. Was I being shot at through the wall?
We've got this.
Maybe they're downstairs. Okay. More milk. Actually, data entries available for this terminal. Functions available. Chemical mill. Jointly owned and operated by Standard Ether Company and Savlo Industries. Source and process ether derivatives and other associated materials. Don't think I need that, but I'm putting it in. If you need to get into a company record office, you need to get Mr. Sheffield's assistance. After recent layoffs, he is currently the only employee who has a key. West Carcosa? The westernmost peninsula of the Eurasian continent. NFTA holds largest ether mining and refining industries in Eurasia. Aldi? East of port. Oh, it's a farming village. Connects Goldenwood River, West Carcosa. Local exporter of wheat and fresh produce. World building? Port rail? Oh, it's not part. Major port. Shiny? ID card is needed. Oh, I need to find the one sheriff person. Whiskey. They must be freelancer. Why can't I ping them? I hate this.
On me! Clear. Gotta get moving. Get him!
Let's move.
Let's move. How long does the night last? Ooh.
Well, there goes nothing.
Ooh. Okay, okay. I'm never gonna close that. It's a banger. Trying to head west. Snub-nosed revolver? It's so small. A small light revolver with low muzzle velocity? Still lethal at close range? Yeah, I mean close range gun, of course. What are those things? Hmm?
Yeah, I can do that. I don't understand.
Wow, this place is filled with freelancer. That's pretty good.
Can do. Got it. Come on.
Is this the slums? I think this might be the slums. I need to find hotel. Hello. This might be the slums.
It's in here.
Oh my god, shotgun.
Right.
Am I dead?
We've got this. Let's move. We'll get him next time.
That's a lot of them. I should probably help them. Hi Mars. Oh my god, Tekken. Hi Tekken. Oh, Wyvern. Good morning. Wake up. Wake up. Don't wanna. Did they drop money? No? No money. Fruiterers? What's a fruiterer? Do people that sell food is fruiterer? This is North. North is Black. Wait, is this Black Lake? I mean, I'm in Depot. If I'm in Depot, if I go up, then it's Black Lake or Metropole? No, no. But I hope Mars Wyvern is doing good. Welcome. What does slum even mean? Oh, doing okay? Oh, heck yeah, good to know. Oh, port rail? Slums. Wait, am I already in slums? Is this slums? Wait, this might be slums. Actually, this might actually be slums. I might be wrong, I have no idea, but I have a sneaking suspicion this might be slums. Maybe. Oh my god, quivered. Hi, Akon. Oh shit. Oh, Akon is doing good. You say we're in the slums? It's a whole other zone? Okay. Morning, Akon. Oh my god. Are they fighting against another lizard? Two different gunshots, so must be. It's the morning now. Very nice. I can look slightly clearer now. I'm going east. That one leads to Port Rail. Maybe that one also can... Maybe I can also go to Metropole? Wait, no, I'm still... Anyone need help? Oh, toolkit. A medical place with no medical supplies? Canned soup? Nice. What? Why is the game trying to imply I'm a kobold? Huh? The first thing I see from the TV is fucking Mall 4? Hey yo. I love how they're like this is like the 90s aesthetic. Oh my god. So bright, holy shit. Oh my god, the gun! There was a huge stacker, no! Oh my god, the gun! Oh, it's a stone Tekken.
No zoo would be complete without a monkey cage.
Oh! Oh my god! That was insurrectionist.
Surround them. We'll find them. Look for them.
I see them. Man, I just kind of want to watch cartoon. Hiya, hiya. Yep. Oh, Tekken. Hi, Fluffy. Oh my god. Oh my god, Tekken. Did they all die? Wait, they were not insurrectionists? Revolution is getting killed.
We'll find them.
I might overstate my welcome here.
They're over here.
gosh, diggity dang, don't know where they came from. Sounds like they're nearby. Ow. Okay, don't do that. Oh, it's gonna be a huge rollback though, because I was fucking around too much. Yeah. No. I fucked around too much. Unfortunate. Medium plate saved, yeah, you were one sneeze from that? Yeah, I feel like that's the case there. But didn't save a second time because I was just like I was just like balls deep running and jumping. Oh my god, boop. And a screech, oh my god. And a headband, oh my god. I might just be the luckiest boat, holy shit. Mm. Boop. Oh my god. Oh, hi, tiger. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Oh my god, that gun. Hope Tiger is doing good. Was I being shot at? What? Tiger's doing well? Heck yeah, good to know. How's the kobo tonight? Kobo is super duper EP drunk because I didn't sleep enough. But I am loving this game though. What?
Without harming its tender skin. Hey, Susie Q, what's cooking with
What's cooking? Hey, look at you, what's cooking? And died. Are they blind? Are they... They're not blind, they're not blind. Woohoo. Tasty bone, no. Oh, I know this thing. It's a schizo anomaly. I'm not gonna touch that. Did you guys know that I feel genuinely happy when I get spoiled and pet? Heck yeah. It's a nice feeling. What the... Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So good, I crinkle every time I eat it.
Maybe you don't want to boil eggs this way, but you do want the extra protection of plastic strips.
Back up, Gaylord.
Did it just say back up Italy? What has Italy done to you? Shit. Help, 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 help. Aw, heck yeah. Beret? Members of Revolution. Oh.
You, finally awake.
On me.
Arcana 5、6、7到12 7 to 12? Oh, it's the obelisk. I thought it's the obese. How much money for this? 35? Ew. Lots of canned stuff here. I think if I keep going W, if I keep going W, I'm going to end up in slums, and that's why I need to go for the mission. W here. That looks like eyeballs for some reason. A friendly anomaly? A dragon friendly There it is, I'm in the slums, okay. Still don't know what slums means, but I'm there. The amount of lightning anomaly is really bad. Oh, flashbang. Oh. Slums are like packed, low quality housing. Oh wow, that
Now for a lively lift. So creepy, so delicious, so different.
so close. Would anyone say drop your weapon other than military? Oh, brother. I'm the sneakiest ball. They cannot see me. Can I lure them here? I'm so scared. Oh shit. That one must have been really close to me. If I can look at, if I can see that zap so brightly. A gun? Type 12 beater? They don't sell for a lot, and I'm already getting almost over encumbered. I'm throwing some of the things down. Okay, slums. For the mission, I need to find hotel like this. I know the old hotel in the slums. Maybe to find a lead there? Yeah. I don't even dare to open up the lights. I feel like if I open up the lights, I'm gonna get seen immediately. Yeah, they were hostile. Wait, is this... Is this what I'm trying to go for? Is that the... Is that spread? No, but it's just... Yeah, hostile. But they're lizard. Hmm? They're also using shotgun. A very special shotgun too, look at that. Army shotgun. Type 4 flashlight, refresh sight, and pistol grip. It's pump action. 370. 6 magazine size? Long range double barrel shotgun. I might want to try this one. Because they have the same muzzle velocity. Ooh! They are... green? What's your... Are you a loner? Oh, you might be a loner, okay. Also, yeah, they can already see on the they can already see in the dark as well. because they were clearly in front of me and they didn't see me. So maybe darkness is not that bad. I'm already over encumbered. I might have to be like friendship ended with break action shotgun. It is very heavy. 3 kilogram? Yeah, it's 3 kilogram. I have to like it's nice using the double barrel, but I think it's time to change. Friend ender play Uno. I don't get like why people hate Uno. I guess the +4 is like very detrimental. What? Hi, Larryton. Or I hope I didn't butcher your name there. Type 18 assault rifle. Standard issue infantry rifle? Oh, it's so heavy. This one uses 5556. This one also uses 556. This one has more muzzle velocity. I'm just gonna be like, since I'm not too familiar with how guns work, so most of the time I'm just going to be like, hey, muzzle velocity high, a big number means strong bullet. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it that way for now since I have like zero clue about this, about like how guns work. So this one sells for 180. This one sells for 1300. I'll just, I mean the gun looks cool, but I need. You got it? Hope you're enjoying Silverfish. Love this game? Heck yeah. Game very scary. Very, very scary, but I love it. And lizard very cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, I found the mother load?
I think I heard something.
Oh shit. Muzzle velocity is how hard you squish your snoot into someone when you're nuzzling them. That's one way to explain it. I think I like that explanation. Did they not hear me or something? The amount of explosives here is crazy. Right Magnum pistol, highly effective against soft body targets. Holy. 12? Wait, this is a really strong gun, no? Do I have .45? Is it this one? The battle rifle, HMP, Oh, this one's like some sort of sniper with integrated gas mask. Pretty common get out there. Also completely obscures the face. I mean, I have a scav helmet that looks so heckin' cool. Also, I'm like heavily over encumbered now. No. I kinda want this. More a heavy rig, plus 20 carry weight bonus, heavy duty pouch rig and tail bag, includes a light ballistic vest underneath. I feel like this is really good now. I mean, 20 kilogram of carry weight bonus. But I'll be a walking clown shoe though, since minus 40% noise reduction. How does it look? Oh, tail bags? Oh my god. I mean, with that, I'm not over encumbered anymore. This one sells for more. Like, this one sells for 2,500. This one sells for 1,900 money. I don't know which one is better. I'm just gonna use this one because 20 kilogram carry weight bonus is huge. But now I'm a walking clown shoe. Everywhere I walk, I do a ee-ah. They're so close. Nice. Well, I'm not gonna use this one for now. But I'm gonna have a lot of these ammo then. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like they're just like underneath me. Oh, I was here. I play this game like a pussy. I'm so scared all the time. Amerto Picono. That's a lot of blood. Oh, friend. Projectile with airburst near target, resulting in explosion inherent other weapon effect. Oh. I could trade you something here. I kinda want your bullet. I want this one. I do have a rocket launcher at home. Thank you for bullet. Hi, G. Oh. Okay, now that it's... That sounded painful. Okay, now we need to find the hotel. But I also kind of want to save. Do not point gun at friendlies, they may become less friendly. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Hi, Solar.
Time to fight!
Is it military? Especially river with fractions here at bad end of neutral with. I'll try to keep that in mind.
I'm warning you.
How do I get back to... I want to save. I want to switch area. NFTA. NFT. I don't know what NFTA is. But I feel like they were reacting to me when I looked at them. Oh, yeah, they're pointing a gun at me. Fucking kill them. It's a lot of footsteps. I couldn't really tell where they are. Oh, it's a pump action. Holy shit. Ooh. Man, I just wanna get. Fuck. That was a shot in the head. No one's friendly towards me.
Incoming.
Surround them! Now! Don't let him escape! Time to die!
And that's how I missed that one. Hi, Seal. Yeah, so bad. I can name for shit. Vandal 8 shotgun. Semi-auto. Fitted with large tech plate. Army shotgun 370. This one is also 370, but 8 bullet though. Cobra? Auto intermediate bullpup rifles reflex line large tech like 960, 980. Jackal? Cobra. Ooh. Cobra sounds good. I mean, Cobra. I like Schnick. Wait, that's a lot of money. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. What? It's mine now. But I'm so over encumbered. This one also is a lot of money. 522 is 230. Maybe this one is better. Yeah, I feel like this one might be better. I'm gonna determine them by their costs. Okay. So this only 230. Get out of here. I don't need this. I wanna go back. I wanna go back. Probably not south, right? If I wanna go back, it should be east. Since I came from west. Funny enough, one of my favorite ones for using the slum is a weapon you mainly got in the slums. Take SMG, very nice. Do you want to split it for here? Well, not really spoiler. Like, it helps me with progressing through this area, question mark? Oh! Yeah, I thought it's something cool. It's not lore, it's something that will help you mechanically, yes? Sure. Yeah. I'm okay with that. This one's only 200? This is a safe zone at northeast end of the slums. Lone Wolf Saloon is a safe zone?
Back up, Gaylord.
What are you? Oh wait, I think I came from somewhere here.
The doctor deodorant discovery now contains M3.
I just kinda want to save. Oh. I don't want to lose my best shotgun. Oh yeah. Okay, Now we can die easy. Alright, let's get back. Wait, what was that? Was West Pier or something? Wait, did I not come from here? Well, I don't know, but let's go northeast, right? They have to figure out how to get around the shock zone. I mean, I went through the shock zone when I was going through radio, when I was going to a radio station at M35 yesterday. I just sort of run towards it. New anomalies? I mean, I got hit by the schizo anomaly. Knife? Autofabrik. No. No. Is this it? So freelancer, revolution. Rent bed. Oh. Oh wow, even insurrectionists? And then you are neutral.
Gross.
Neutral. Neutral. Freelancer. Wow, wait, this is kinda cool. Hi. Tech rig. Heavy flashlight. Handheld floodlight. Arrow directly ahead of you. Enemies can see this beam and discern your exact location from it. Oh my god. It's the most NPC. See why I nearly lit the guy up though? It's the most NPC that one saved, so which makes it good for trading. Yeah. Trading post. Hi. Oh my god, Tekken. Little assassin? Improved chamber steel suppressor inside. 2700. 360. This one is 480. Wow. Bolt action rifle for what the fuck? Everything is so crazy expensive here. What? I mean, medkit and gauss kind of look the same pricing to me. Look at the medkits. It's a terrible shop to buy from, but it's no worse to sell to than any other. Little Assist is a niche thing. It's like a brick compared to other 9mm options, but it's 9mm. That stuff generally tickles compared to other bullet types. But muzzle velocity though. Oh wait, it's a Bento X shotgun. I have that one as well. I don't really want to sell my things. I kind of want to store them. Frag? Small fragmentation grenade round with stabilizing fins. Huh? Wait, I can shoot grenades out of shotguns? You're a piece of shit, but I still want to see what you have to offer. Blue signal flare? Enemies will notice when it's initially lit. I kinda want that bullet. Ooh, wait, was it you who sold them? Yeah. Oh, wait, it's not that expensive. I mean, you can have this, I don't like it. I mean, I'm not really using the all 6. Have it. Thanks. That loosened some weight. Well, some. I have dragon, I have grenade, and the normal one. I can use the normal one for now. Alright, I think I kinda want to go back to observatory. Oh wait, no, since I'm already here. I think I have enough heals. Kind of enough. Oh, MRE is heavy. Don't. Holy shit, why are you all moaning? What is this? What happened? No. Moaning and then laughing. I don't like that. Yeah, I can eat this. Frag 12s are, I think, the third hardest hitting round in the game. Not sure if muzzle velocity pulls a few other past them though. I don't know. Raw numbers pressure only 50 cal. Yipe. And coil gun beat them. Coil gun? Alright, let's not die. I need to find an old hotel nearby.
Clear this area.
Already?
Hostile.
Unlucky.
Surround them. Engaging the enemy.
Damn, this shotgun kick ass. Oh, they don't even stand a chance. Mine. I never felt so powerful before. Holy shit. So NFTA is military. I'll keep that in mind. The coil gun is something terrorist to find. So many militaries here. Are you good? Oh, I think that's good. I mean, they didn't immediately shoot me, so... Okay, revolution is good.
Don't even try. We'll get him next time.
Ugh, disgusting.
The amount of footsteps here is confusing.
What is it?
Any hotels here that I can see? I should probably sleep in the one with lone wolf for now. Where's the lone wolf 7? Oh my god. I'm gonna die.
I don't think that's a... Get moving.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god. My heart is pounding. Like a dragon going to smooch me at me, huh? Give me a bed, give me a bed. 500 for a bed? Oh my god. Nice, Celeste. Oh my god, more Tekken. Handle. And come on, get dragon pets. Oh my god. Thank you, Celeste. I like dragon pet. Fine. Do I have it now? Okay. I'm pretty sure as long as I have a key, I can use it. Ooh, neat. Lock. Also, I hope Celeste is doing good. Yeah, look at Celeste. Very nice Tekken. Also, hi Patches Snail. Welcome, welcome. And now we're asleep. Very nice. You're a bean. Celeste is the bean as well. Honestly, I enjoy hanging around your stream whenever I can, Celeste. Army a lot. Modern light assault cabin. There's so many guns here. Wait, this looks like Famaso. Famasa. We got a luft balloon already. Damn, I don't know how I got it. It was on a bus. M3's Ferrari is sweet in my opinion. I love the Bandel shotgun currently. I'm vibing with it. Save 37 shots, I think that's fine. Alright, now we can go out there and find that Sprat. Right, we're trying to get Sprat, yeah? This one. I think I've seen this sign. I think I know what this is. If I go out there, turn right to the left, I'm pretty sure it's over there. Just now I saw that before it goes dark. Normally go is scoped over Army, but it's still super smooth to use Army. Huh? Who shot 200 shots? Army. Kill. In game, okay. Oh my god, I walked into it. I didn't even have a chance to react to that. I was chasing the other guy. I didn't know someone was like at the right side.
Yup, 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 yup.
I forgot I have that yip. Hacking yip for the dragon. Oh my god. And the chin screech? Oh my god. Gosh, I have to get into that hotel. More dragon? Oh my god, someone strong enough to get the militaries? That's kinda concerning. I know I said this just now, but I feel like lately, even though it's only virtual, but whenever I get like spoiled or like just head pets in general, boot chin scratches, it makes me very happy though. Right? Like for real, even though it's just like oh my god. Even though it's just like virtually doing it, it also makes me feels like giddy. Hey. Many poops, oh my god. I'm being flooded with poops, oh my god. So many poops, oh my god. usable? Some humans would draw cards from these decks to tell fortunes. Wisdom? Am I a cool kobold now? Forest? The Terran can apparently do something mechanical that I cannot spoil because I don't know it myself. Oh, okay. Yeah, don't spoil, don't spoil. So I probably either... I either massively fucked myself or I win the game.
Yep, oh my god. What the heck is happening? Yep. Huh. Am I being shot? They sound so close. Weird lines. Don't think I want to mess with that. Looks like a trap. Snoot. Snoot. Broken snoot. Can I? Kobo kinda likes knife. Kinda have to find Sprat here. Skinning the Kobo for maximum compatibility with Dark Hordes?
This kobold might be very hoardable. I mean, I like being hoarded by Takan. You maniac! Wait, are you... Oh shit, have I killed the wrong one? Oh, okay, that's just hostile. So those who say drop the weapon are the military. More dragon head pets? Ooh. I really hate those big zombie deer things. I hate them, but they also look kinda hot. No shit, heel going by the name Sprat has been stirring all kinds of trouble. Some contacts of mine will pay good little penny to see him dead. We have no idea where he is, but he's been going in and out of the old hotel in the slums. Might be able to find a lead there. By the ballistic face mask and the cunt down shotgun he runs with. Loner? That's a neat vantage point. I should probably change the gun to use. I mean, this one is pretty strong, but I don't have enough bullets for that thing. What was that? Hmm. Hey, last I had points, so I spent them all. I'm happy. Happy Tekken? Oh my god. Happy him. Happy Dragon also means happy couple. So weird lines again. So I need to find clues of them? That was really fast. I mean, that's the hotel. Are there even any clues? So Spread goes in and out of the salon. I didn't know your piano is so talented. I know, right? I like piano. Come on, go blink. I can give you a clue if you want. Oh. Going in and out of the old hotel in the slums. In and out. Find some clues there? So it's not exactly there? Yeah, we might be able to find a lead there. Boop. Oh my god. I've never been here before. I'm heading out now. Have fun. Thank you, Celeste. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with whatever you guys gonna do. Oh my god. Black and milk? Almost done with dumb essay. Ooh. Heck yeah. Third of those it got this stream addicted. Intervention for Brekkie and milk? Well, whenever Brekkie gets the milk, I just sort of take it from Brekkie. How did I miss this place? Telemetry module? No way it's happening again. Ay. I'm gonna so kill that thing. Time to find a rabbit. Or not rabbit actually, the deer. I have a better gun this time. That little shit's going to die. Before you're afraid, I was. I was so scared. I wanted to close the game. I got so scared that I wanted to close the game, and I'm not even kidding. I mean, at least the opera is like easing my brain here. Oh, they're already killing it. Bitch. Not this time. I think I got stuck here for quite a bit. Maybe a clue for how do I get the clue, or how do I get a lead for Spratty? Like, just a bit of a clue. Upstairs? They're in this building. Oh, they're dead. Oh. You're good, right? Do they not see me? Oh, is it because I'm in the mist?
Freeze. Got a death wish?
I cannot go through the line, I think. Oh my god, that thing is pissed. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. Honestly, yeah, that's understandable. Like, I mean, honestly, to me, there's nothing against Jameson. I know Jameson is like trying to help, so it's like the goodwill really counts. But maybe a little bit, just a tad bit, right? Too much sometimes, but only just like once or twice. To me personally, I think that's totally fine. But also, being completely blind to the game is also nice? Question mark? I don't know. Honestly, to me personally, I have like zero like bad experience with what you told me. So it's all good to me personally. Oh yeah. What? Oh, weren't you in the RG East? Nah. Right, the lines. Must say they want to play, people tend to be more sensitive for this. Think Kobo played the demo? Yeah, I did play the demo. And Jameson was trying to help me because I was struggling too hard with the demo, so that's why. Camera? Take full and save the century or oh, it's nearby. Many? Hmm. Serious couldn't cooperate, did I cooperate on some supposedly free song which could wreck them? Oh shit. Oh, that's why they do this the demo. Literal completed spam takedown requests. I thought I was stuck. I mean, I was stuck. This feels like Chinatown. I'm gonna kill that thing so bad. Bitch, bitch, bitch. Shut up, shut up. Ay caramba. That scared me a little bit. Military. Must have missed a lot of places. I mean, obviously I missed a lot of places. You should not be able to file DFCA claims for you are not the artist or acting on behalf. feel like this place is small, at the same time, big as fuck.
You know, this was me 5 years ago, and it still me. If I confess, I'm a waistline watcher from way back.
Honestly, not the blue or red chest. There's chests in the game? Wow. You know, mercy, you know, not damage is regening common loot? Oh, hell yeah. I can get infinite common loot. Opening up lights at this time is such a bad idea. Man, do I go to the EP place? Oh, fire. Or maybe during nighttime something will show up at the hotel? Let's go check. Why is it so loud? Is it the arrival fair? Look at this. There's nothing made when I hit my head on the desk was finding out you can pick up flares. Makes perfect sense when I think about it, but it's thinking about it is that's the issue. Wait. Like I can Oh Oh my god, I can see the world. The smoke kinda hurts my eye though, but that's a small issue. There's something about that? Eh. Fire? They won't react to the moving flame, but react to you being illuminated. Oh yeah, that's true. The world can also see you while you're holding it, of course. Good thought about that. What's cooking with you? Oh, hi, coffee man, sir. What's that coffee man, sir? Why is this game cobalt hype? Because I'm scared. The rooster in this way is far to the side as possible and to not flashbang myself. You move pretty fast while crouching, and crouching is not only extra sneaky, but you're hard to target hit. That in the game is very lethal. Is it me, or does crouching get penalized slightly less by heavy loads? I don't know. Normally fire because something passed through it. Now the question is, do all anomalies do that? No, I won't say directly. It's a percentage of movement speed. Wait, they need object to pass through things for them to trigger. Ah, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. Give flare, give flare. I wanna eat the smoke. Mad kid? Oh my god, crazy. I mean, I kinda still am in the hotel vicinity, I think. I mean, I have more Gouts pack, and Gouts pack is easier to get. Wow. Wow, really many things die here. Are you freelancer? No, you're hostile. Then it's military? Wait, how big is this place? It's an entirely new area, all of that? Ooh, wow. cool. Oh, nice. I don't like it. It sounds like someone's like nearby.
You know, if you were to follow a busy doctor as he makes his daily round of calls, you'll find yourself having a mighty busy time keeping up with it.
Wait, that's the line thing, no?
Maybe you don't want the royal echo, but you do want the
What? Flashlight noises?
It's such fun to do, and so easy. Like this.
Pie needs its own redeem. Oh, brother. How is there flashlight noises? Who else is here? You make me want to play this, start a new save. Good.
Watch it again in slow motion.
Oh wait, I came from here. Just use the light, fuck it. If I can see them, I can kill them. Let's keep it that way.
Hold on.
Wait, isn't this the place where I got a bunch of like very strong thing? Where? It is. Cute couple. Oh my god, it's Astro. Hi, Astro. The mousy friend. I'm so confused. Hmm. don't like how they all sound so close. Yeah, I don't see them. I think I recognize this place. This place is like the first time I killed a loner, I think. But IFF just mentioned hostile. So currently out of ideas on what I want or what I need to do. Nicely. It's the weird. Uh-oh. I thought I can be a ninja. Man, I should just go to the lone wolf thing again. Hi, Night Carnage. Is this like Stalker or what kind of game do you reckon it's most similar? I mean, people have been saying that it's like Stalker, but I couldn't tell since I never played Stalker before. I just like the game for the lizard. My thinking was a quest for the most appropriate source to get one red chest gun of choice or something. Red chest. They are inside. What? Who's inside? Who's inside? More frag. 0.45. Oh, it's also 0.45. 0.40. Oh wait, this one is a lot stronger, I think. Oh, less max size though. Magnum pistol? Maybe not as good, I feel like. I want that frag ammo again. I think that's good. I want a little bit, yeah. Thanks for bullet. Not just kind of a surprise whether you can get consistently. A tip on trading better? Like trading... utilizing trading better than I do currently? I mean, honestly, I think that would be nice, yeah. Or like maybe a tip on spreads clues? Is that possible? Since I'm currently kind of stuck at I don't know how to find. Wait, it's already morning? Walao eh, okay no. Time to go out again. If you look at the trade screen, you can see triangles pointing up and down. Up means they value it more than normal. No. What? Down means they value it less than normal. Oh. So if I get all the ups, it's going to be a lot easier. Value will be better, essentially. Let's sleep for 1 hour. An hour of sleep? Crazy. Disabi? Disabi? Oh, it's a shotgun Disabi. The fires an armor penetrating incendiary slug? Huh? More like everything in one. Oh yeah, I gave you the things. If you are using everything with up arrows, but it's something only down arrows, it will be easy trade. If you can trade them stuff with its up for stuff. That's down for them? You get way more monetary value equivalent. Useful because normally you need a trade that they think is in their favor. For strongly allied NPCs, you can normally do roughly equal, discarding support, armor, piercing, incendiary. So you know how tanks have APFDSs? Armor piercing, fin stabilize, discarding support. The Sapi is basically that but shotgun shell with an extra spicy kick. Many long bullet names on my gun. It should be the morning outside, or soon to be at least. Alright, need to find spread. I need to find spread. I'm already in the slums. I don't want to go back empty head.
Just up ahead.
This is not a good idea. I wouldn't go there.
Do I kill them?
Did you hear that? I told you this was a bad idea.
I mean, they are hostile. Well, I mean, you know, I can give it a try.
I don't like this.
Good morning.
Danger company.
Grenade out.
That wasn't as strong as I thought.
Clear the area.
What? He ran away. They don't fuck around with the armor? Definitely. I mean, to be fair, that was also like mid-range shotgun, so maybe that's why. Fine spread. How do I... What do I start with? Each for strong and weekend for spread. Oh, we can start with the weekend first. Swap the buck shot with the second guy. Yeah. That's revolut. Yeah. We can say you're looking at specific room around the hotel.
I got your back.
Tell you more would be the strong hint. Okay, then let's stop there for now. Blocked. Ah. Ah, I think I found my lead. How would they block that door? So it's this room. I mean, I can kind of, I guess. Like, I guess that worked. Oh my god, loot for days! Type 12 custom? Reducing recoil. It's only if you... Did Breaky got the milk? Oh my god, Breaky got the milk again! Breaky, I want the milk! I'm gonna take milk. Sprat's note! This is Sprat's room!
No way. That way. Stinks. I don't think so.
By the water. AG04. I know this place. This is a crossroads. And then this is the flooded plains. I mean, AG04 I think is the flooded plains. No? Ooh, lead. Okay.
Hands up.
Oi. Thanks for the hint. That helped a lot. Pizza image? Okay, now we can go back now. The crossroads. Question is, how do I go back. Slums to depot. I need to go. 右边 east. This way to the thing.
What are you looking at?
Garden variety peach with its short, close buzz and
Not clear. Too easy. On me.
Before you spend a few hours coming over for the place is not there, both of you are in the same area. Oh, oops, okay. What the fuck is going on? Hi, Juno Scout. Boop. Hmm. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna I'm gonna disconnect the the hand tracking because it's making the game stuttering a bit. I feel like you guys might be able to see that. And I'm gonna open up the lights real quick.
Sugidio Maiwa. Yip, 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 yip. Toryu.
I'm back. Yeah. Heckin' yep. And I'm a carb.
I don't think it's here.
Yup, 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 yup.
Keep walking.
Do they hate me now?
Looking forward to it.
Feels like they hate me now.
Yep, yep.
Hmm.
Follow me. I'll lead.
Yep, yep.
They just don't like you pointing at them with gun. Oh, that's fair. You just want to get your daily steps in. Keep walking.
Yep.
That is fair. I wouldn't like people pointing at me with a gun too. That's a very normal I wanna get in there. I'm small. But I'm not that small. Boop. So many head pets and boop.
Yep, yep.
Is that all you got?
Heckin' yep.
Let's move. What are you looking at? Sounds like a plan.
Head east though, but this is right beside me?
Yip, yip.
My god, I almost shot you!
Get him next time.
Yip, yip.
Yip, 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 yip.
Many yep.
Yep.
These are militaries? Oh, just hostile. I think I'm going east. You kind of flapping. Jump scare my friend leaves. Your best friend is coming out of nowhere, you actually shoot them. It happens. In Counter-Strike, of course. This looks ominous. I'm going from slum to south? Am I going to Kileton Coast? What is this? Yo. Well, I'm about to find out. Fuck! There's no need to lockpick this? I couldn't get in! Walao, what is this? Best friend, why you shoot me? If you find enough rep and you hide from them for a bit, I think friendlies will actually forgive you. Pretty sure that's just a door for future content. I'm already so far ahead that I'm already looking for the future content. I'm so good. Oh, yeah, they're still building this. Oh, I thought it's like some sort of a hideout. Oh, slum is super new. Okay. Well, I guess I got lucky because I immediately got a quest to slums.
We'll get him next time.
Mission failed? We'll get them next time? Not super new, it's new compared to other parts of the map. Okay. It's new zone best money farm based. You can farm money. 200.
You better watch it.
This is north. So I'm going to docks from here? Does this actually go to docks? Yeah, it's north. Newer zones, but slums wasn't in the original demo, so it's a newer zone. Yeah, it is docks. 咖你那赛妈的，我要讲回去。讲赛了。I'm so lost beyond belief. How the fuck? How do I go east? There's no way to go east. You know what my least favorite anomaly is? I mean, my favorite anomaly is definitely the schizo one. I don't know what my least favorite anomaly is currently since I haven't played the game to its fullest.
Establishing a perimeter.
I love the schizo anomaly. So funny.
Time out for many men of medicine who enjoy a cigarette.
Shit. Might sounds like military?
Don't even try.
Stupid car. Color blob? No. The schizo. The shadow. The schizo. I was playing on the lowest the lowest graphics settings, and on my screen it shows up nothing. Were you trying to shoot me? Oh, you dead, bitch. You're dead. At least that was a shot and a half.
I'm being shot! Is that all you've got? Go away! Stand back!
Was that revolution? Did I just kill a revolution? I hope not. Okay, thank God. Darkness Bloods. That's your least favorite. Oh, that's my most favorite because I was playing on the lowest graphic settings, and then I couldn't see anything, and then I started shooting at everything. That's why I call it the schizo anomaly. It's so stupid. It's so funny. I love it so much. I think my memory, if my memory is right, the way to go back is not on the ground like this. It's like on the second floor, sort of. I remember I was checking on a bunch of places before I actually like go down and meet someone. Something like that. Just need to go high up then.
Clear the area.
Powerful, unwieldy. Maybe that one? No, I cannot jump up.
Order acknowledged.
Oi! Walao eh! Where'd you come from? Mine now. One second, that didn't look that way. East! This must be it. Depot? Depot! Oh my god, okay. Oh, I'm so good. The slums experience.
We're going to use ordinary garden variety peach with its short, close.
Damn, what a gun. Detroit has seen Depot again. The genuine happiness that I experienced from this. Okay, now we are going another east. Okay. More east. Legend. Really, I find Depot is the scariest zone that is an outright endgame? Oh. Well, I'm scared now, I guess. Oh shit. Oh my god. You just found the pond. You still want fish? Many Turks in chat today. I am so happy. You guys had no idea, but I'm pretty much just giddy all stream. I have like the dumbest smile on my face throughout the whole stream. Ooh, that's a nice graffiti. I thought I hear talking.
Well, here we go. Whatever.
Okay. Just gonna make sure. I'm out in the open. I'm running. Oh. So now we are back at Crossroads. A entrance is at the either place, right? But before confronting Spread, I think I want to go back to Observatory first. So Observatory is south. I'm going the right way. Yeah, around here.
Hey, wait up. This is a waste of time.
Those were insurrectionists, I'm pretty sure. More of them.
You hear about anomalies and monsters. Shit, I thought you said we'd find it by now.
If there's 4 of them, it's gonna be a little bit harder to deal with, I feel like.
Man, this place went to hell, huh? I'm not seeing shit. Yeah, just be taking pop shots at birds all day.
I kinda want to fight them. But at the same time, I'm kinda scared since I don't have like full visibility on all of them. Which makes this a lot more awkward. I guess I can use a flare. Lure them out first. Were they aiming for me already?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a pop shot.
I'm the sneakiest Bond. Are you coming for me? What did I do? Did it die? Oh shit. Can I just mention how crazy the flare is? You know, because of that, I'm gonna try one more. So there were 4.
Enemy over there. Reloading.
Two died here. Alright, I'm satisfied. Just one last one. Good morning! That feels good to be able to flank someone without people knowing. This is Burst Fire 9mm SNG in a carbine configuration. 9mm? Oh wait, for 9mm, that muzzle velocity is pretty high, no? I mean, I have a lot of like 9mm weapons, 9mm bullets, so I could make use of this, and then I'll store this one for now since I don't really have the bullet for it. It works. A gun's a gun. 9mm is small? It is, but it works, I think, I hope.
This is a waste of time. Yeah, that whiskey was a mistake.
More insurrection?
Yeah, I haven't got shit.
Well, they're probably gonna get destroyed by that anomaly, no? They're gonna be like, oh my god, I'm on fire!
Hey, wait up. I'm not doing shit. Shit's illegal.
Who the fuck?
Where'd they go? Did you say who the fuck? Oh, that's why they keep going there. So, one died. One isolated. Nope, going back. But it was still to make it more usable. Oh, the 9mm? I still believe in 9mm's. Oh, those are freelancers. I think the insurrectionists are inside.
Hold back. Wherever you are, not messing around. Enemy.
Unfortunate. Now use one. They're on fire and still trying to shoot me. Ooh, cobra. I think those were the freelancers, right?
You'll get him next time.
Insulated jacket. Ooh, did they die? Well. Holy. Sorry, freelancers. Screaming keys. I mean, look, I'm here to loot things, okay? I think it's safe. I can just keep the light open. What was that? Dust filter? More camera? Ah, finally back at observatory. Heck yeah, there was a long journey. Am I hungry? Yeah. Oh, a fancy gun, and then I got my own plushie? The marketable kobo. Wait, I should look for trades first. Any cool... Ooh. Custom 55 battle rifle? Sentry? Oh, it's a sniper. Custom Oh, it's a helmet. In the med kit. So down is good, right? That because down is it? I don't. I think it is. So I need to find up. Find uppies. Down means they don't value it highly. On the right, down is good. On the left, up is good. Okay. Triple up is mega good, right? Oh my god! Oh, that's crazy! I mean, I can trade this, but I kinda, since they're like freelance stalker, I kinda want to have more. That's good enough. Thanks for the medkit. 114 for 200. Yeah, I didn't even think about it that way. Retrieve the broker's stolen shipment from the insurrection. Insurrection? I doubt it. Oh wait, I'm cooking. $45. Yeah, that's fine. I think I should cook all of them and just like make them all leftovers. Yeah, leftovers is like way better. Scooter. Can I shower? Oh, down means you don't value this gun, so I could scam you. Oh, totally. I could scam you. You value copper wire? Telemetry module? I mean, I don't even know if this gun is good, but I just kinda want the gun and just store it. I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Oh, you value most bullets? I can give you one. Oh, two. I'm not a maniac. There we go. One thing to note is that most traders won't take a lower tier weapon than their highest, regardless of the value balance. Cannot trade like... Sure. Oh, you need a weapon! Trader wants a better weapon. How do I give you a better weapon when I don't have one? I want a cobra. You can have that weapon. You can have that weapon. So I assume same goes for this one. You need a weapon. No, you don't. Oh shit. Okay. Do you like telemetry module? You do. I like this gun. This gun looks cool. This whiskey. You value. Oh, you value shotgun shells. I guess you can have this. I'm not really using slugs anyway. Yeah, I'm using the frag. That's good enough. The sentry is the same route here, I think. Oh, I'm trading the... Oh, I'm taking this stuff and they need a weapon. They can know... Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. There you go. Thanks for the weapon. Dum-dum. I got the custom weapon. This one uses 3006. I think I have a lot of this weapon ammo. I'm gonna store the guns. Yeah, I'm gonna store the guns. The all-6 is bigger bullet. I use the shotgun and the 9mm for now. I think that's good enough. Oh wait, let's reload them to their fullest. I think I can make a few... I need gouts back. I do have it. And I need a lot. I think I need at least 6 more bandage. I like this gun. Long barrel. Only 8? Oh, I only have 8 ammo. Canned peaches. I cannot cook this. I cannot cook candied tuna as well. Oh, wait, how do I know there's a way for me to make MREs as well, right? I need a toolkit. I already have many toolkits. I can make a lot of toolkits. $211. Yeah, I need more bandage. Milk bites and bandage and candy tuna to make an MRE? Don't I have no milk bites? Or did I lose all of them? I might have lost all of them. Maybe? Just get bandage is fine. Bobby Wood, hi. Call would be nice, but I think it will break the game. Probably. I'm not too sure, but most likely. Oh my god, that gun. Molasses. I'm using 9mm .45 and shotgun 9mm .45. Huh? Oh, I have 2 different. Yeah, we could. I'm not using this one. I need a dragon breath. I can store the camera. 9mm AP. I can store these. We can just take the food. I think food is very important. I can sell this one. Sell the toolkit. Copper wire. For what? Oh, it's good. 9mm AP will be a lot better at killing people. Well, I only have a few. It's okay, I'll spam the parabalam. You're gonna make use of everything. Do you trade too? No trade? Wah. Aren't you guys panicking? That doesn't look right. That's not in the morning. Ooh, I wanna go out and see. Yeah, let's go out. Let's fuck around. Oh, what the fuck? That's so cool. Ooh! 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 I fucked around. I found out. 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 Help! Oh. I'm dead. What the fuck? Light honing. Oh, that is crazy looking. What the fuck? You're so cool. Yo, oh my god, I love this game. Holy shit, I love this game. Oh my god. Oh, what is that? Wait, can I go there? You're no longer in the same zone. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. How do you even get out? Is this like a homing light honing? Yep, this one feels like a homing lightning. It is aiming at something? It's in the morning too! Holy shit, this is so fucking cool! Oh my god! Can I shoot them? Shooting at the sky, huh? Very clever. Wee. I'm gonna go. Help. Ah! Oh, they're also hiding. It's okay. I traded a lot of medkits. It's okay. So, my god, they're so clever. They're not like me. Holy shit. They're not like me. They run around, balls out to the sky. It's just getting struck by fucking homing lightning. Oh my god. That is the coolest shit ever. and then the anomalies are still outside. The sky looks so crazy too. Oh my god. Oh, it's over? Damn, that might be the coolest thing in the entire game. Holy fucking shit.
What?
Aren't you Revolution?
I'll lead.
Right, let's go back. I'm not like... I'm not ready. I'm not prepared yet. The NPCs are actually coded to hide, hell yeah. Oh, were they not? That's so cool, they were just hiding. I don't know, something about that makes it feel like, oh, the game feels more alive, you know? Yeah, they don't really have anything cool. I want to play more, but I'm so hungry. I want to find Sprat. I spent like 24 hours just to find clue for Sprat. Give money. Why am I still so heavy? I guess all of these food does take up quite a bit of a spot, huh? Yeah. I need food, dude. I went AFK and missed here experiencing a blowout. Oh, that's called a blowout? It's so cool! I love that. I almost got killed by lightning, but that was so cool. Still so heavy. The fuck am I that fat? I even have this. And I have this. Modular heavy rig plus 20 carry weight bonus. By the way, I'm not really using this thing, so yeah, like that. Oh, this is heavy. Look at your food. I stored them. Oh, leftover is this heavy? What the heck? Are you just a can now? In Stalker, a blowout is just if you're outside you fucking die. In Silverfish it's lightning everywhere. Oh, I love that lightning. Yeah, it's if you mess around too much you do absolutely die. Yeah, I mean the game was being very extremely super duper nice to me just now. I was running around when there's red lightning everywhere. It's so funny, I love it. Oh man, I want to experience that again, it's so cool. We probably don't need these anymore. Ushanka and fur cap. Oh. 445. 360. Maybe I should get this. I'm so fat. But you can sprint from building to building pretty safely. I kinda did that. Yeah, relatively safely, I would say. You do have to exhaust some health kits or health items. Don't think you can get 100% lightning resist, but you can get pretty close to it. My lightning resist was... none. Oh wait, electric, there it is, 30%. That's how I survived, I guess. By the water. AGO4. What time's now? 6:51. I'm gonna play just for a little bit. Let's go straight to like finding a sprat. With a lot of food, should be fine. We should buy some of these. There we go. I'm sure blondes are pure lightning. Maybe some red mixed in. Maybe? I don't know. All I know is that I am super duper excited to play more of this game. Because of that shit is so cool. I love that so much. No clue. Never got 100% lightning resist with how much is being flung around during a blowout. I don't want to find out. I almost found out actually. I was in the safe zone. I was super duper fine. And I decided to be like, hey, maybe dying isn't so bad in game. Oop. So we go to that place first. And then we can try to find the entrance. Was it monster? I think that was the monster. The sprint demon. It's so fast. Oh, there's two of them. Get fucked. Get absolutely destroyed by my shot. Oi! Don't mark me. Oh! I hate this game. my metronome is just one extreme to the other. AGO4. AGO4. It's somewhere watery. At least that thing is blind. Could it be there? Wait, it might be there actually. If you don't, it's a nightmare. Hmm? Cistern? The name that pops at the top of the name of the area is fucking colossal and a half. Specific thing to fully explore Cistern? I haven't seen or heard of Cistern before. Someday I'll find out. A fire barrel? Near the water, near the water. With a fire barrel. I guess first thing I should find is a fire barrel. Probably not here. I'm leaving that thing alive. Hey caramba, what do you want? Hiya. Only thing of 4 or 5 you've forgotten. If Tira does mine with the fullest of dungeons. Oh, I kinda mind. I want to find out the dungeons on my own. If you, if it, if it isn't too much to ask. Oh, whispering is a good idea. Yeah. So near water. Oh shit! I found it. Oh, it's so scary. I can already hear footsteps from here. Oh, I can go in this one? Yo. Cistern? I found cistern. Is this bad? Didn't you guys mention that this thing is like huge? Huh? I have to go down? Nah, this is so deep down. do, do I have to? Okay. I'm so fucked. Oh my god, there's no sound. What the fuck? I feel like not even double line is going to help. I need loot to soothe my soul. It's dark as balls. I'll skip that ladder for now, thank you very much. Oh, there's a little chat going on. I'm so scared. My eyes has to be on the computer. Holy shit. How deep are we talking about? Fucking hell. What? Who? Okay. I forgot to breathe. Fuck. Gunfire? So, there are still lizards? Yeah, if it's gunfire, there should be lizard. So hopefully not too much monsters down here. I'm keeping this on. Pretty sure I'm gonna need it. Fairly big thing that makes a lot of difference to know about this dungeon. Notice I missed a little chat. Oh, I'm gonna miss the water noise. Can I have my water noise back? HO4. Do I have permission to give large important hint here? Large but important? I would say all but one thing is friendly down here. And that one singular thing requires swimming, so weapons free? I certainly don't like the ambiance that's going on right now. I think I'm okay. You know what? At this point, I'm so fucking scared. A large important hint sounds good. I think I'm at the verge of crying. Oh! Oh! Okay, okay. They fucking crawl? Can I say that is diabolical? Everything that moves needs bullets to the face and cistern. To fully explore this, you need either oxygen tanks or a lot of lockpicks. Actually, I think this one can even be pick skipped if I remember correctly. It can only be pick skipped. Pick skipped. So this is like a huge ass dungeon. Like a super duper big kind of dungeon. What? That's fucked up. Both food and records has a ton of loot. If you do it perfectly, you can do it in one, but I don't have oxygen tanks, though. Shadow monster? Shadow monster? No. I just stood there and took it. One of those spawned and got killed? Yeah, I guess I got lucky again. Oh, I'm back here. Okay, okay. So I'm. Oh! Yeah, no. Oh, I think I'm crying. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah. No. No. Yeah. 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 Everything is fine. His invisible enemy. Everything is fine. I can still kinda look at it. Everything is fine, I think. There's no need to duck here. There's no need to duck. What ducking? For what? For what? Was that gauss? Oh my god, it is gauss. Okay. Remember. Breathing exercises. No, you don't. God, this bitch is so fucked up. I think I saw them there.
In a repeat.
Hey! Poor Lenny. He ate 8 HE grenades to face. Lenny who? I assume I activated the door for AGO4. Assuming that I remember how to. This is no name for this one. I'm surprised packing a shotgun in serious armor. Where did it go? Where did it die? Ay-ya-ya! Sorry, were they not hostile just now? They were not shooting at me immediately. Fuck, I may have messed up. I messed up, I feel like. Fuck. Well, I already shot them. Might as well just finish the job, I guess. Nobody in these dungeons is friendly. Weapons free go nuts. Non-hostile until they start freaking out category. Oh, I mean they were not shooting at me at first, I think. Ooh, that's a cool ass gun. I need a... Ow! So if I die... No! Oh my god! Nah. Behold freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm crying. I cried. Yo. You know, it's very scary for me to play the game at like very loud volume, but it also helps I can hear them like quite clearly if they're like where they are. That's why I'm in camps. Camps are hostile even though they're technically neutral. Anomalies, right? This one? Yeah, anomalies. The line will fucking kill me. I remember encountering that in demo.
It's fun to do.
Wait. Wow, I cannot shoot when they're like... When they're like close to my face, I cannot shoot. Okay, so AG04 is just here. Okay. Shouldn't be too hard to find, I think. Can I give it about the glass? It's in the I didn't think of that category. I think it's okay, that one. It's fine. There was a terminal somewhere here. Medkit? Nice. Oh, was it not here? I cannot remember to breathe now. Maybe if I use something and try to... Maybe if I shoot it. Nope. Maybe if I use a prop and throw? Okay. It's a very durable bag. There's an even easier option. Oh my god, paste. I'll stick with this method for now, since it's the first time I found my own method of dealing with the glass shards. And even that one is like, why did I think of that? Just use an object and go through it. To find the terminal, but I don't remember where it is. Oh. Stevenson?
Look at this amazing demonstration.
I'm hungry!
Don't worry about it. They decided to float for a little bit. Who's trying to fight? Why is there water splashes, huh? Is the terminal here? I think the terminal is here. Oh. Okay. Okay, go back. Well, I still remember how I get to HEO4. Up twice, I think. Here, go straight. There were water splashes here, no? Okay, someone's here. So, spread is going to be really fucking strong, right? Drink? I will drink. There's the fucker. Oh, there's the Sprat. I mean, I'm not gonna allow. I don't. I don't know if allowing. I don't know. I want to identify what IFF says about Sprat. This might not be beneficial for me. Can you not destroy the glass with this? I just heard it says what the? I was making 10 million noises and then that's the one you said what the to? Oh shit, where did it go? I seem to have lost them. Oh no. No. Huh? Huh? What happened? How did I miss them? No. Where'd it go? I mean, that's gonna wake him up, right? No way it's gonna go down that easily. Surely I heard them somewhere. Where did it go?
It's showtime! You can't hide.
Oh, 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 oh. Got him. That's a cool looking shotgun. cut down very pump action shotgun with laser sight. Ah, that's what it is. Yeah, I was like, someone's aiming at me or something. Should have known. That's cool. That's cool. That one shot was lucky, I guess. So GG. Hostile. That's what you get. Is it silencer? Suppress PKP1? A likely modified PKP suppressor extended mag. Oh wow. 9mm. Alright, now I want to get out, right? I want to get out without dying. Yes, sir. Let's give it a try without dying. Health and everything looks good actually. Where'd you come from? So I cannot shoot the anomalies. Oh, are you angry that I shoot at you? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What? Is that anomaly? Too dark. Ow. No. I didn't bring a prop up here. Fine. Oh, low gravity is an anomaly. À, cú điêu. I want it. I think they died. Oh, don't make that noise. If a prop and your face is enough to break them, I would do anything solid would do the trick. Solid? I mean, wasn't I using anything that's solid already? I mean, I used the, isn't prop solid, question mark? Oh, it's the first 2 kills that I got. Time to leave this place. I don't wanna be here anymore. I want my dragon mummy. It's oh my god, it's nighttime. Fuck. It's nighttime too? Hmm? Oh yeah, it's upstairs. How do I get back up? Ow. Ow. Ow, fuck. Ow, fuck. Damn.
You've got to be kidding me. We'll get him next time.
Okay. Hi, friend. Observatory is south.
Not here.
That way. Fish bite interior holes. It hurts. Motivation to finish this essay. I believe in Baraki. This place is always filled with enemies. I am also kind of surprised how I one-shot killed Sprat. Funny Sprat. I had to. Are you blind? Slightly. Well, that dungeon was scary as fuck. Good luck a bit because I need to know whether I'm hearing my game or yours right now. Have good luck and have fun with Project Silverfish. Hi, Lex. You only explore about 1/3 of it for the record. Yeah, I figure as much. Since I'm only going for spread, I would explore more if it isn't for me being super duper hungry right now. I would explore more, honestly. Even though I was crying, like I shit you not, I was crying for when I met the the shadow monster, I cried. Like, my god. Lenny's house. Find and take out Lenny? Lenny? Retrieve broker's stolen shipment. Fan the flames. Find and take out Lenny. That son of a bitch. Lenny joined up with Insurrection just long enough to make off with one of the LMGs and a heavy set of armor. Now he's shacked up in some bombed out shithole, armed to the teeth. Raid his hideout and make off with the goods before his old friends find him. Put the bastard down while you're at it. He might be in his safe house, one of the old worker dorms at the west end of the depot. Trust me, Lenny's a cold-blooded killer who's made a lot of enemies for a lot of reasons. We'll all be better off with him gone. I see. I can do that. Lenny's house. I can't handle spooky either. Yeah. Spooky is very scary, but on some like sick twisted thing, I don't know why I like horror games as well. It's like kinda weird. Lenny is just fun to bully, honestly. He hurts if he catches you, but he's just fun to bully. We'll leave him on next time then. Because today, I think I'm gonna stop here. I am so super duper hungry right now. I can barely think. And my character looks so cool. I have a cool lizard. This game, I feel like I can play for a long time. It's the adrenaline rush, at least that's what I understand. Probably, maybe. Maybe. I mean, even I'm not too sure. All I know is I cannot believe a game can get so scary that I cried. I usually cry a lot during like... I cry a lot for emotional games, but then I didn't expect to cry in a horror game. I need my little root town. From the start. Heck yeah. Though I can play Phasmo just fine, I have so much trouble playing Amnesia and the Dark Descent. Phasmo, to me personally, Phasmo feels a little bit funny. Phasmo is kind of funny to me personally, but Amnesia, I don't even dare to touch it. Have a nice rest of Thank you, Brecky. Night Tira, night Evie. The best part is once you learn Silverfish, nothing is uber scary anymore. Tense felt scary, not really. I mean, the second time I delved into the dungeon wasn't too scary anymore. It's still scary, but not as much. Yeah, not as much. Night, Ako. I'm curious about the dragon tag again. Tremere Winter. Fish comforting gem or Kobo. Let me hug the gem, please. Kobo wants to hug the gem. Tremere is cool, Dirk. Oh! Oh, Brecky knows the Dirk? Oh, I see Brecky there. And I see Purple there. I can hug that for days. Oh my god. Thank you, Alex. Comforting Mount Zeno works a lot better. Yeah. I guess we can raid to a new Beckham. He's very pretty, Dirk. Yeah, I like that Dirk already. Maybe biased, but I like Dirk. I like the Dirk. The Dirk looks very nice. Yeah, look at that. It's so silvery. So cool. Let's rate Tremere. Aren't they even numb? Oh, they're Australian? Yo! So, they're about 2, 3, 4 hours. Oh, 2, 3, 4 hours ahead of me. Tasty enough. I mean, look, I'm okay with staying at the mall, but not like not actually eating the kobo. Malls are great. Being eaten? Not as much. I'm gonna plug my coffee. I have a coffee. I also need to summon Bernie for this. Hey. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And then I should drink. And then I wanna eat. Oh, the bucket has been pooped. Book the bucket of kobo. I have been saved. And I also have a Discord channel. I announced my stream stuff over there like today. My stream was very delayed because I was still in hospital waiting for my sister to get discharged. Stuff like that. And there's also Dragon Simping Corner over there. And if you fancy, there's also a advanced Dragon Simping Corner over there. Heck. And I think that's pretty much it, yeah. And I also have my raid message. I mean, they're a dragon. I'm so gonna ask for them. I'm so gonna ask them for uppies. Oh my god. Here's the raid message. I might play some Project Silverfish off stream, and I think tomorrow I kinda want to try out the Monster Hunter Pokemon Emerald. I kinda want to play that Pokemon game. Instead of Pokemon Black and White, I'll play Pokemon Emerald Monster Hunter instead. Sounds more fun. Much love from a tired Texas morning. Morning, Brian. Much love for the Brian as well. Hope you had a good EP. I'm gonna raid out soon as well, like very soon. Because I am extremely hungry. I can feel the hunger and the fatigue all setting in right now. Also, I'm gonna raid to a new Tekken. I like Tekken. Must have more Tekken. Okay, okay, I typed in the raid. Hopefully there's no typo. Thanks for head pet. Anna, before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Tremere Winter. We're gonna raid to a new Dragon. Dragon, very nice. I'm actually gonna... I kinda want to press the raid now button because I'm so hungry. Yeah, I'm gonna raid now. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves you. Bye bye. Take care. Well, I'll raid out after this fish. Night lakes. Oh. That's not a milk. That could be a milk, I guess, but maybe not. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all. Bye bye.